Almost ready, y'all. I am filling my coffee. I'll be right back. Mic test, testing the mic. We testing the mic. Mic test. All right, let's see if this works. Oh shit, my camera's up high. Alright, I think that should be correct now. Let's hit this button. Bink bump. Ooh, it seems okay. Everything looks alright. Camera going. Other camera going. You know, this camera's a little bit off to the left. I'm not gonna fix it now though. All right, let's swap headsets. Everything sounds okay to me. It's shocking warm in here today. I had to turn on the fan and open up the windows and stuff. Weather's weird today. Last night it was so cold that I contemplated putting an extra blanket on while I was trying to sleep, and now I've had to turn the box fan back on full blast today. It's great. Anyhow, y'all ain't here to hear me bitch. Y'all here to watch me paint. Howdy y'all. Welcome back to another episode of Country Fried Minis Paint Stream. Today we're going to be working on some Derek's Devils mechs for a commission over on Fiverr. That's fiverr.com/searchandstudios. If you want to get your own, make sure to check them out. I'm even likely to catch you a deal. Welcome, Surveillance Wizard. Welcome, another Nate. Howdy, and welcome to the stream. Hope everybody is doing fantastic today. And without further ado, we're going to get stuck in today. And actually, I want to run something. By y'all. Let me get y'all's opinions here. We're going to be painting up some Derek's Devils today. And Derek's Devils are a red to black, top to bottom kind of gradient. Just let me zoom in on the damn thing without having to do this. It's dealing with a red to black kind of fade with the red on the bottom. And I'm wondering what's going to be our best approach here today. So I'm going to leave it up to y'all, chat. Are we going to airbrush, or are we going to do an exploration of dry brushing techniques to show how accessible this is to folks? Either way, we need to work bottom up. I'm kind of leaning towards dry brushing myself. And we can think about it for a moment while we get this wet palette ready and get dug in. So yeah, let's I think I'm gonna hold on to this sheet because I still want to film the rest of the big Kev's boys. So we're gonna put that over here and start by hydrating the wet palette. We're not gonna worry about filming any of this. Just gonna paint and get it on stream. I think we've got more than enough mechs for 10-minute minis videos right now. This one needs to get done. What the heck is going on here? I think I got some PVA glue on that at some point. Y'all let me know if the mic levels are a little low today. They look like they're all right. I was watching back the VOD from yesterday's voiceover, and man, that other mic is inconsistent. Sometimes it is hella loud. It was blasting my little phone. Knowing me, I'd probably glaze it. Whew. Well, given that we actually need to get this done, Mr. Nate, I think that is not an option on the table. Trying to glaze up some red over black. That way is a masochist wet dream, I dare say. Like I said, I'm leaning towards dry brushing, and I think it'll take really well. It's a technique that will lend well to both the 3D printed mechs as well as the non 3D printed mechs. Where the fuck is that thing I just set down? But I grabbed blue by mistake and somehow it ended up looking red. If you beat your knuckles against it enough, it'll look red no matter what color you're using. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the obligatory throat clearing out of the way so that my my voice will actually work. And we're gonna get stuck in with some dark red of a sort. And I think what we'll do is first we'll figure out where that dry palette is, or the texture palette I should say. And we're gonna pick us a nice makeup brush, or at least a big brush of some sort. You know, maybe we could dig in with this, one of these. I'm wondering if I have a 6 ready to go. so much. I think we use this for pigments. Yeah. So I'm not going to be able to use that one, but this might be the one today. So let's go for it. Let's dig in. Let's get this brand new 6 flat out. Oh, this has got the damn sticky shit at the bottom. We're actually going to pull out both of these boyos. And you know what? If we're going to the point of opening up these new brushes, I'm just going to relocate these all to the jar. Into the jar with you. Let's do that. All right. So I think between these two brushes, we'll have a nice selection. The bristles are... they're still a little stiff at the tip from where they've been cut. So let's go ahead and just give them a little love on this palette for a moment. And just try to get rid of any of the little bits on the tip from where they've been cut in the factory. I see a whole bunch of shit coming out of them. I know the dust isn't getting picked up by the camera, but it's definitely floating around. Howdy, y'all fellow grognard geezers. Well, howdy, Mr. Iron Elemental. We're gonna get dug in with some black and red boys today. It's almost like the Iron Riders. Not quite. I think we're gonna start with... I'm not really thinking whole red. I have another red. I think we can start with some burnt red, and then we can work in through our Mephiston red. And that should do really nicely. So, first steps today, we're just going to focus on a little bit of burnt red. And we're gonna dry brush these boys. And I think that decision is going to be based on their current state of assembly. I think if they were, oh, we better mute that real quick. That's fine. We'll leave it on today. How bad could it possibly be? How many times could my phone possibly say salute the sun today? Find out here on Country Fried Minis. All right, so we do have our work cut out for us, though. I want to blast through these as far as possible today. We're looking at a 5-hour work window. We do have the Dicks in the Dark this evening, so I have set up a live redirect at the end of the stream. If any of y'all would like to catch some live play D&D with the Dicks, we'll be set up to check that out afterwards. And I'll pop over into the voice chat once we're done. And yeah. Pimp them up with some hazard stripes. Looks good on black red. I may inquire with the client and see if they're okay with that. Derek's Devils do have yellow as a tertiary tone, but I don't think they explicitly use hazard stripes. All right, let's dig in with some Rojo Tostado. Babink indeed. The babink evidently is a pretty controversial topic. There has been some sentiment expressed about how much it sucks during streams in voice chats. You know, I think this color is too dark. I think our starting color here is too dark. I think I want to actually start with a 50-50 red-black. We are going to be dry brushing, so we can do the steps of color, you know, we can control it with the application, but I do think that that is just too dark. So let's darken this burnt red down with a little bit of black and try to use up what's left in this container here. I thought these were for yourself. No, this is actually for a client a longtime viewer who has requested a commission over on fiverr.com/thurstonstudios. So yeah, if any of y'all out there want to show direct support for the channel, make sure to consider it. Single mech starting at $50. Oh, it's fucking... There's too much water in my wet palette. I don't understand how people do these wet palettes, just like completely saturated. The water is leaching over the top of the parchment paper into my paint, which defeats the purpose of the parchment paper. Raw indeed. Hello, Mr. Dirtpool. Hope you are well. Oh, let's see. Toss that out. Let's get a new napkin. And this color looks all right. It's a little closer to the whole red now. I didn't want to go whole red because I think that color's a little bit too brownish. But this one looks pretty good, and we can go from here into just straight burnt red. So let's do the same approach. Yeah, I see a nice change in the color here. We're just gonna dig in with some dry brushing and have a good time. I think this paint is a little bit more wet than I would like. Not only is that black really thin, but the leaching of the water over top of my parchment there has done me a serious disservice. So let's see. Yeah, that looks all right. So we'll dig in. And usually you do this approach from kind of the top down. And instead today, we're going to go bottom up. And I guess the idea here is that the Derek's Devils have a bit of like a kind of subtle hinting of OSL in their color scheme. And we're going to push this real far up. We're just going to come up from a down to up motion towards the top. And I think we're really going to push this layer almost all the way to the top of the mech. It should look pretty good. I think these Locust Labs sculpts will pick up the detail really well. And then 4 of them are Catalyst as well. And we all know those will have the nice chunky panel lines, which will eat it up really good. Yep, just got some new hobby nippers in. Really good for Gunpla. Oh, I need to get some new nippers. I am thinking something geared towards Gunpla is going to be really good. As we go into the new year and into early spring, I want to have that. I want to have the our Zabungle kit done, and then move on into a really fun build. Gonna do the what is that mech? What is that? G Gundam, the Holland mech, the Nether mech, the Nether Gundam. Yeah. Also, I stand corrected. This is not the Locust Labs Timberwolf. This is the Catalyst. We went with the Locust Labs Catapult instead. All right, so we just want a nice all-over coating of this stuff almost all the way to the top. We're going to leave the very tippy top in black. I think that'll end up getting a little bit of like a gray highlight towards the end. but we just want to get a good all over coating. I don't know if that's showing up at all on the camera here, but this is a really nice like black brown reddish tone we've got going on. And we're just gonna blast through all of these and chill and kick back. Shoot you a link for these ones. Let's take a peek at what you got. Take a peek at what you got. Visit site. Oh, those are actually fucking great. For only 15 bucks. That's kind of bonkers, actually. It looks like the angle is really nice on them, too. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Damn. Those are some sharp cutters. Yes, thank you for the link. I will add them in my next cart. Those are going to add a lot of it's going to add a lot to the experience, I think. All right, so we're going for the same thing here. We're just going to, this is almost an overbrush, to be honest, y'all. I am dry brushing a little heavier than one might normally. In fact, I'm going to saturate the brush a little more here. Because this is basically the full foundational tone here. And we're going to go over this with several layers. Just want to make sure we have that kind of burnt reddish median tone between the primer and the first layer, all over it, just everywhere. This pose is a little rough for this, but no matter. We'll dig in with zeal. Let me keep this on frame so y'all can see what's going on. I want to express that this here texture palette has been really life-changing. Really good for the hobby experience. And if you don't have access to one, consider making one. If you just have a bunch of extra parts, even like GW sprues, you could take like a lid to like a coffee can or something and glue a whole bunch of little bits inside it to just give you some texture to rub the brush on. I can't remember who recommended this to, but the ability to get the paint off your brush and then get a good dry brushing without drying out the pigment has been really good. I think because of this, I am definitely inclined to use way more dry brushing in these commissions because it, quite frankly, dry brushing looks great on battle mechs, especially if they have a ton of surface greebling. I find that the Locust Labs models take it really well because of all the surface detailing, and then the Catalyst Games models take it really well because they have those really deep panel recesses. All right. Boys are immediately looking a little bit more Derek's Devils. Again, we're just doing a real heavy dry brush. And obviously I can't talk today without phlegm completely clogging up my vocal cords. So I apologize. It is very rage-inducing. And I would prefer not to do that into the mic. Don't die, please. I don't know what it is. Maybe I just got to get in the habit of talking for a half hour before the stream, just out loud, so that this stops happening. I can't even blame food this morning because I haven't had breakfast, just coffee. We are going to try to get through these as quick as possible. I'm hoping that at the end of a full work day, we can be definitely completely through the gradient. Maybe into the yellow highlights. I am a little cautious to overestimate how much we can get done today, just based on past performance here and how slow things seem to move. But yeah, this should be fun. And I think that doing more of these dry brush projects will be good in the long run for channel content. Just introducing beginners to techniques to get their mechs painted up. I've noticed a few folks in the communities, asking questions that are like, that I would consider to be pretty like basic as far as techniques go. And that is a reminder that I take a lot of mini painting knowledge for granted, having done this for so long. So I'm thinking more beginner-friendly stuff in the future. Maybe even aiming some of the content towards people just getting started in the hobby. I don't think like a start here Battletech content, but more like really accessible, beginner-friendly paint techniques. Stuff like that. Alright, that looks decent. This one's not really saturating like the others. You need a humidifier? Yeah, probably. I'd say the temperature change has a lot to do with it too. Whatever it is, I think it's the same thing that afflicts my grandmother. I guess just genetically. I feel really bad for her sometimes. She'll just sit there and clear her throat for like 5-10 minutes straight. May I suggest an episode on color theory starting out? That was the hardest for me. You're talking like picking good contrasting tones, understanding like complementary and triadic paint schemes and whatnot. I'm assuming. I think that could be really useful. Could be really, really useful. Yeah, I know I keep anecdotally referring to the same instance, but I had an acquaintance who was getting started in mini painting, and like they didn't know that you were supposed to shake rattle cans before using them. And you know, not that I'm retelling this to put any shame on that individual, because that's not the intention. Just a reminder that a lot of the knowledge that some of us take just like for granted is lost on people who have never had it pointed out to them. Like, you don't know how to load a brush and unload it. You might struggle with that. If you don't know the consistencies to thin your paint to, you might struggle with that. And of course, the whole idea that you can always learn. Like, looking at this whole journey myself of using the texture palette for dry brushing, I had never done that. I had heard of it, I had never tried it, and now that I'm here, I can't see doing it any other way. It's so good. The end results really speak for themselves. All right, we're gonna work a little extra in on this model, I think. There's some angles that are particularly hard to get to on this long bow. Oh, I love this model. This makes me really excited to paint my own. I have one chilling in the closet. Yes, okay. Yeah, I think that'll be really good. I agree, Alexis. I think that could be super useful for people. Even just like providing a link to a good color calculator. There's one that I use all the time. I should probably put the link in the useful links page on the Discord. Which, if you're not already a member and you're catching this via the algorithm after the fact, make sure to follow the link in the description down below and join up on the Discord. This space is all about the growth of the community and hanging out and sharing knowledge and paint jobs, and most importantly, sharing the love of BattleTech. Other models too. It's not all BattleTech, but I mean, let's be realistic here. Most of the content is BattleTech. I do think we'll do a non-BattleTech soon, after the next two videos. I think it may be time to do Runa and bring this model back out in a video. All right. That is halfway done with the first layer. And I think this is a decent color match. I don't think it'll matter too much once we get going. But let's unload our brush and start blasting down on somebody else. Let's see how our Locust Labs catapult takes a little bit of abuse here. Brush is still a little bit too loaded. There we go. Still too loaded. There we go. Even though we're doing more of an overbrush here, it's still like, we don't want it too loaded down. Jesus, I cannot talk today. I see a support get left. All right. So, everywhere we can manage it, the simple streaks bottom to top are gonna suffice here. But whenever we get like difficult to hit areas, like in here, we can switch to more like side to side or circular motion. Idea is just to get the color on there. Just get it on there and leave some of the black in the crevices. hit all around. Now, we also need to think about the fact that there's going to be at least 2 more layers of dry brushing over this. Potentially 3 more to get a nice smooth gradient. So we need to be prepared with that. And really push this darkest red almost to the tippy top. I think in that regard we should think about hitting these missile bay doors. All right. I just flung that model out of my hands and broke it. All right, just want to point out to y'all. Should probably mention that the Discord is open to all and without a paywall. Yes, that is correct. That is absolutely correct. There is no paywall. Discord is free to everybody. I'm not going to pull the whole exclusivity locked behind Patreon or membership. However, that said, there is like a there is a channel that nobody uses for private communications for channel members. All right, so what I was saying here, my hands just decided to let go of this, and it flung and it landed on its toe and shattered the toe. So I want to point out to y'all that it doesn't matter what resin you use. It is still a 3D print, and you can break it pretty fucking easily. I thought I'd finally get through a mech without breaking one. Or a commission, I should say. So let's repair this model. And we'll have to set this aside and return to it later to finish it up. Because now it's going to have accelerant all over it. That's fucking lame. Of all the sides of this model that it could have possibly ended at, of all the angles it could have impacted, it impacted in the perfect way to break this toe off, even though this is Soraya Tech ABS-like resin, specifically chosen to avoid this very situation. All right, let's see if we can't get this thing glued on. It is never going to be the same. I am mostly aligned perfectly. Let's mop up a little bit of that excess there. And we're going to hit it with a little accelerant. And we will set our catapult aside for a few minutes while this volatile chemical evaporates. And I bet you never thought, okay, let's not let that setback sour the enthusiasm today, and instead reload our brush, and we'll keep on grinding. This time, our archer. All right, and we're starting with the heaviest loading of the brush on the feet. The logic here is, even if the brush is a little too loaded for that, it's going to be the brightest bit of color, because later, at some point, we will be doing some weathering down on the legs, and getting those footsies all dusted up from the deserty terrain these fellers are going to be on. I'm pretty sure the desert. I maybe need to you know, double check with the client when we get there. But for now, we're working on building up reds with dry brushing. I gotta admit, a new soft brush is so very nice for this. Let's do that, let's do that. Never gonna be the same. Never gonna hold you up. Never gonna keep my grip and protect you. Is that like a parody of a Rickrolling? All right. So this is looking pretty decent. I do want to build up more of that color coming up towards the top. The Archer has a lot of area on top, and I think if we go too far, or if we don't go far enough with this red, the black will be a little bit overwhelming. Okay, our boy is looking decently layer 1. All right. Who needs a little more love? I think the longbow probably needs just a bit more coming around the top of these arms. I'm kind of picturing like a little circle of black right here on the top. So I'm going to tighten it up on these other models. And that includes the Timby. It's going to get a little bit on the top of these missile pods and the top of the back here. Just a little circle of black right there on the top. Because honestly, I don't really want to use gray highlights there. I think it'll be a bit much to do so. And in fact, if I'm going to use gray highlights at all, I should have added them already. Alright, let's do the same with the Hunchy. Oh, I think I figured out the mentality behind the underlit paint scheme. What's that? They are devils. They're Derek's devils. I'm kind of just picturing that they're walking through fire. It's the fires of hell shining up from below. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. All right. I think we need a little bit more paint. So let's mix up a third batch. Go with like, I don't know, that much. A little bit of black. I realize this is my black that I kind of reconstituted a bit when it got really thin. So it's a little thinner than regular Vallejo. Now, as we mix this up, I want to keep it in the center of this puddle here. That way we can ensure our color matches the previous tone. And it does look like it's fine there. Alright. I'm gonna partially unload here. Get one of these big texture bits, and then we'll go to the medium texture. I'm not worried too much about doing this on the fine texture yet. And let's start in on our mini Hulk mechs, Wolverine. Now, this is one design, or one creator, I should say, that worries me a bit, because I really love what they're doing. It looks really good, but mini Hulk mechs models look like carbon copy clones of Catalyst. So, I would not be surprised if Catalyst comes after them. Just putting that out there for y'all. If you like mini Hulk mechs designs and you're a 3D printer, maybe be proactive and download the library for yourself. I'm pretty sure everything they're doing is free. If any of it costs money, it's inexpensive, but this is definitely free. The Hunchback's free. Yeah, because I mean, doesn't that's the spitting image of a damn Catalyst model. Is that heckin' out of focus? Wow. Okay, so my camera's focus has changed. How do I fix this? I think I fixed this by coming in here and adjusting image and fucking with the focus again. My camera just lost the ability to focus. This is really annoying, y'all. Really fucking annoying. Nothing has changed since my last use. Nothing at all. Is that in focus? No. Cool. All right, welcome to the I'm going to fuck with settings stream. It is fucking annoying. It does not focus on things. It does not focus on things. Alright, autofocus has it picked up now, but like I don't know how to match that focus. That is now out of focus. Okay. So let's try here. That is... You know, it looks like my image sharpening turned off. Let's turn this off. Turn that off. Let's crank this up. That looks a lot. My apologies, y'all. Trying to fuck with this is a pain. I have to open up the menu and then change the setting and then exit the menu and then right click to close things and then set this to full screen preview and then check it and then go back and adjust and rinse and repeat. It looks a lot better though. Let's come back out. All of that to say that nothing changed. No settings changed between the last time I did this. But yet the settings changed. You know, it's we talk about hobby regrets. I regret going with the Brio. I regret wholly going for the Brio. The image is crisper, but it really sucks at focusing on small things. If I ever became a wealthy man, I would put product out there specifically for streaming stuff like this. I just want this camera. I want this camera in this kind of build. That's it. It would be perfect. All right, more water leaching onto my palette. Okay, where were we? We're working on a Wolverine. We're talking about mini Hulk mechs being basically dead on to Catalyst. This brush is too wet. I'll tell you what actually changed. It just hit me. What did change between this session and the last is I restarted this computer. So it, you know, forgot who it was and what it was doing and how it got here. All right, build up our color. Again, we're thinking the little circle of black right on the head. Let's do this. Let's restart that. Skip that. Okay. I'm gonna try to jam some of that color in these tight corridors. The pose of this mech is not super good for what I'm trying to do here, unfortunately. But with some tenacity, we can compensate. All right, we got one more to get the full treatment. That's going to be our Locust Labs Vindicator. This design I kind of thought of as pretty simple at first. A little too simplistic for the Vindicator. But after messing with it for some time, it's really grown on me. It definitely has the feel of like a trooper mech, which is, I mean, exactly what the Vindicator is doing. It's very reminiscent of the same kind of treatment that Locust Labs gave the Centurion. So both of which are very much trooper mechs. And I've really been digging it. I think it might be worth doing a another Liao Lance sometime soon. You know, a proper Liao Lance, a Vindicator, 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 Vindicator. All right, brush is a little too overloaded, but that's fine. This color will be kind of muted down by the next ones anyways. Now, unfortunately, this mech also doesn't really have a way to do the a good black circle on top, I'm realizing. Because it's just the head takes up the whole top. Would you put the Banshee in that line of progression? I don't know if the Banshee is particularly a Liao mech. When does Capellan Confederation start to like really innovate? I want to say it's like post-war of 3039. All right. This section on the chest is a little weak.
I do. Give me 10.
Give me 10, I hear. You got it, brother.
Bye, everyone.
First 10.
She can go on forever.
Hit the dirt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you, Mr. Comstar, for the push-ups. Let's start a new count for today. Push-ups. That's first 10. There we go. Goal for the day. We're an hour in before they started, so we got 4 hours. Goal for the day will be, just another 100, I think. I think that's a reasonable goal. Let's go back in and clean up our little glue spot. And we're just gonna give this catapult a little love. Get those undersides here nice and deep red. I missed the bottom of the torso a little bit, so let's do that. Let's really get in there and get this color down, because this color is about to start getting covered up. I think we should try to pack some in with stippling motion right here. Burger. All right, so there we go.
Oh, jeez.
All right, layer one's done. Let's clean our brush. Clean it real good. No licking the brush today. Get it good and cleaned out, and then we're gonna move on to just straight burnt red now. Is that white balance blown out, y'all? It is a little bit. Oh, let's see if I can fix that real quick. I screwed it up a little bit. Well, auto white balance is on. What if I turn on the auto exposure? That's a lot better. That's a lot better. Okay, if the exposure is adjusting, then that'll help with the white. Board gear is 69% moist. Oh, really now? That calls for one of these. Does that work? Yeah, it does work. Oh, it's a drippy board gear. Yeah, it really is. I think, I don't know, 69% moist, it may be a little bit too much. That's when you get one of those burgers that just like oozes all over your hands as you try to eat it. Don't get me wrong, a nice greasy board gear is a good thing, but you know, too much of a good thing can make a mess of your shirt. You eat it off your elbers. Yes. I'll elber you. All right. So, same deal. We're going to go with just a straight burnt red this time. Let's make sure our paintbrush is pretty dry. Like, we don't need all the moisture out of it, but it needs to not be wet. It is a dry brush after all. All right, so we're going to partially unload this on the large texture. Make sure it's worked good into the bristles as well. Part of the secret of a good dry brush is making sure there is some paint in there for the capillary action. All right, and then we're going to start unloading onto the medium texture. And we'll test it on the bricks. And I think that looks pretty good. Although I do see some wet on the brush.
Yeah. But you do work out.
So I'm going to drag them corners.
Okay.
And I'm going to get up and do this.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright.
I'm feeling that a bit today in my tummy from yesterday. That is the second set of 10.
Geez.
All right. Back at it, and here we go. See if our brush is still ready. It show is. So we're gonna do the same thing as before. We're just gonna start working up from the bottom. Started from the bottom. Now we're here. Now, we need to take a lighter tact to this, a much gentler approach. Well, not a much gentler approach, but a gentler approach in general. The legs can get more of it than the top. We don't want to just hit the edges. Like we still want a good amount. But we're building a foundation for the Mephiston red. Let's see. What are we doing here? Chat updating for me. It wasn't. Oh God, people calling for the pie? Monte Cristo? What's a Monte Cristo? Oh, it's there's no H, by the way, another Nate. It's Anticristo. In the Hispanified spelling. It's a grilled ham and cheeseburger. Yes. In fact, I'm gonna do this. because it is me. My phone tried to spell antipasto, by the way. This is not what we're doing here.
The number one.
And the
The
best.
number one and the best is Antichrist. But not God! Not God! Because the Antichrist, it's me!
I mean, how much of that is that he was botching his promo, and how much of it was like grammatical differences in being a native Spanish speaker going into English and putting the emphasis in weird spaces for a hispanohablante. It's like I think about hearing lines in video games of like people talking in a different language, and the emphasis for dramatic purposes sometimes is in a wholly strange. How much of it was he drunk? Ooh. Admittedly, I don't know much about lucha. And if booze is a commonplace thing, if it was American wrestling, I'd say it was pain pills. Okay. All right, so we got our second layer down. We probably should go fairly heavy, but I don't know. That looks fine to me. Let's do a side by side. Yeah, Mad Cat's already looking way boosted. Let's hit the fronts of these legs a little bit as well. I want those a little bit more red. We'll do a second pass over the legs entirely, I think. The legs just need to be brighter in general. Okay. Mad Cat, looking okay. Next. Who was the second one we worked on before? It's the Rifleman. Work these bristles in. Remove some here. Start removing some there. Alright, same deal. I'm going to give the feet a little extra love. Going to go to town on these legs first. Yeah. Let's get in there and really boost this color up. Nice job. Well, hello, Mr. Tobias. These are going to be a lot of fun today. I started to go with the airbrush to build the gradient, but instead we're going to build up these boyos with dry brushing today and make it really accessible. So over the course of 4 successive layers, I think, we're going to build up our underlighting gradient effect. So what I'm thinking is that first layer was like 60-40. It was more like 75-25 burnt red and black, because the black is a really strong pigment. And now we're just doing straight burnt red with a lighter touch. And then we're going to go into a 50-50 of burnt red and Mephiston red. And then we'll do a very gentle Mephiston red. And I think that'll just give us a really nice look. We can think about whether or not we're doing like an oil wash or a non-oil treatment at some point, or if we're doing metallics. But for now, the work
Yeah, but
ahead.
you can work out.
I
is-
do.
Give me 10.
Okay.
Damn, y'all are killing me already with these. All right. Back down we go.
She can go on forever.
Two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9, 10.
Thank you for your concern about my physical well-being. I'm going to do another 10 on that list. That's 30. Jube is one of my favorite YouTube cats. She's fluffy and black and tells Evan and Caitlin what to pour resin on. Evan and Caitlin, I've seen their content before. I think I may have pruned them from my algorithm because I watched a few videos and YouTube just decided that was the only thing I wanted to watch. And I got tired of it. It's funny sometimes how like the YouTube algorithm can both know you very well and also not know you at all based on a few clicks. All right, so got a nice underlighting going on our rifleman. On to the next one. Who was the third? I'm pretty sure our third mech was the Hunchback. So same deal, load our brush, partially unload it, mostly unload it actually. We are no longer in overbrush territory, but we are in very heavy dry brush territory. Almost like a dry brush plus. At this point, we are going to try to start doing the bottom up motion as much as we can manage. But we can still be kind of loose with the application. You don't have to worry too much about precision yet. All right, Punchy immediately picking up that detail. Catalyst really shining in their details for dry brushing. I still really struggle with the mold lines. I think this Hunchback has a really egregious mold line that runs almost along panel lines, but not quite. So it's in a position where it's just like not really removable. There's a really bad mold line here as well. I really would love to try some of these models in proper metals, in Ironwind metals. And like this detail right here, like I think I'm gonna have to go back and paint this black, but like this model would have stuck to the base without this extra bit of made up material. It just, details like this speak to the fact that these are made like toys, like game pieces instead of models, which is great for some folks. Just as a spoiled ass mini painter who's used to working with finer quality models, there's a few little details I'd love to see improved and get to paint those things. I don't have anything to do with Mr. Algorithm. I pick what I want watch based on intentional searching.
But you do work out.
I do.
Give me
Oh
10.
man, y'all are destroying me with these today.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Hold on a second. Sorry, my print over there is doing weird stuff. I think it'll be okay, but I'm starting to wonder if some of my issues with the 3D print is moisture now, which means I'm gonna have to buy a fucking dryer. Excited for Tuesday? Yes. Yes, I am. Mortimer just woke up from surgery. I'll give a status report shortly. Oh, yes, please do. Please do. I am trying, back on the print thing, I'm trying desperately hard to get an 8-inch base printed out for my project on Friday. And I just cannot get this print to print. I thought I was dealing with some low temperature issues, and the nozzle keeps clogging up, but it doesn't clog when it's hot. So I went up instead of down on the temperature, and the PLA is flowing better, but it's doing some weird peeling stuff. So, we shall see. If any of y'all out there know of a good cheap, like the cheapest filament dryer that's out there, please let me know. I have to, like, I'm trying to rule things out at this point, and I think that's where we're at now. Some weird performance with my PLA. Okay, anyhow, back on the painting. It's more of the same. We just want to really make sure our brush is not overloaded. It can be pretty heavy at this stage, but it's important to try and keep it under control. Not so important on the legs, but super important as we get up to the body. Toaster oven is the cheapest filament driver. I know, let me send you the video. A video? Oh no. The bane of my 3D printing experience. Watching dozens of hours of videos. Yes, please do, Mr. Tobias. Now you're wrong, Nate. Yeah, actually, I gotta agree, Nate. I think that a toaster oven is not the cheapest print dryer, but a toaster oven would be nice to add to my kitchen, as we have discussed. I may still do it. Alright. Is this a 20-minute long waffle video? That's pretty funny. Well, see that. Oh my God, ads. Thank you, ads. This guy, hey, this guy knows how to make a video. It's 3 minutes long. It's a lot of waffling. Unfortunately, it does look like I need to print parts. It looks like I need to print parts to make the thing, to make my printer work. Which is quite often something you see in these 3D printing hacks. Requiring a functioning printer to make your non-functioning printer function. I just can't believe how much of a problem having wet filament is. That it just absorbs moisture from the air. It is bonkers. And it has been very moist lately in San Francisco. Exceptionally moist. Like raining all night most. I will give that video a good go over at the end of the stream. Which we're on track for a fair amount of work today, I think. If y'all can believe we're 90 minutes in and we've almost finished 2 layers on these mechs. So let's dig in on our catapult next. Our brush is still kind of heavily loaded, but that's fine. We're gonna start with the feet and really build up that color. Again, our feet and ankles, probably about 1/3 of the way up the legs, are gonna get some serious weathering later. So if the color is a little bit brighter here, that's fine. That'll be acceptable. I think I just picked the wrong color. Wet San Francisco is 4% moist. That's probably pretty accurate today. The moisture has been driven off, and it is very, very warm compared to the last few days. It's not been hot. It's not hot like it has been, but I do have my box fan just pointed right at me today, because it is quite warm in my apartment, and it is no longer raining. I guess the weather changes quickly here because of how much coastal area. Only 4%, that can't be the issue. Well, the thing is, you get like a few wet days and then your filament is basically ruined because it has sat there and absorbed all that moisture. I don't keep it in a humidity controlled box. Well, largely because I don't own one. And if I did own one, I don't know where I'd put it. Space is at a premium. All right, so we are flying right along. I do want this red to come up around that cockpit, since this guy don't have any, like, since the arms on the catapult don't really hang down. I really want that. I want that red wrapping up around the torso and the arms. And then it also should get the brighter red on the tops of these missile covers, since they are inverted. All right. That is looking awesome already. It probably doesn't pick up with any kind of fidelity on the camera, but it's looking pretty good to my naked eye already. I'm getting lost. There we go. That is coming right along. Let's do some more paint. Unfortunately, using this big ass brush and this technique is eating a lot of my paint is getting wasted on this texture palette instead of on my models. All right, Archer. We'll start on the feet with kind of an overbrush level on the brush. And by the time we go around them, we should be at like a heavy saturation dry brush. Tell y'all, I am almost regretting that I haven't been filming this, to be honest. I should have filmed this. This would have made great content about simplistic dry brush paint schemes. I may have to revisit the Derek's Devils at some point. It's actually a it's interesting that this color scheme looks complex. It looks very complex. It looks difficult to achieve. And I can just see immediately that that is not the case. It is a very simple technique to achieve. I mean, obviously you could go in and painstakingly blend each individual panel, but this achieves the result to a Tabletop Plus standard with probably 1/10 of the work. Plus, on a commission, ideally, ideally I want to keep the work on a lance to like 12 hours. 12 to 15 hours is about the cutoff. For what I charge, anything more than that starts to be really, really bad on, you know, compensation for the value of my time. So, you know, I've said it before. I think that's the deal with commission painting. Is like finding your line in the sand. Like how much are you willing to lose? How much work are you willing to put in? And like how low are you willing to go for your hourly rate to do so? Because I think there's a good medium in there. Obviously, like ideal situation would be to be fairly compensated for your time, but I think that if you charge like a completely fair rate for your time, you'll find quickly that the standards that folks expect for your time and for the cost that you have to charge for that, starts to imbalance, and you end up doing like more work than your fair compensation is worth. I think it's a little bit better to find a good medium and like cut as many corners as you can without sacrificing quality. Learning those hacks, learning those quick tricks to make a really good looking commission piece with less work. Hot take, a CGL Mini isn't worth the effort of try-hard blending and highlighting. The minis themselves, I agree. The sculpts, I disagree. I think if I had the sculpts in like a very nice metal or resin that I could actually like clean up the mold lines, I think they'd look fabulous. But yeah, I think the toy plastic that comes in the Lance boxes is pretty low deal. Surveillance Wizard says cheapest filament dryer is a plastic container full of decanted packets, desiccants. My brain shut off and I couldn't remember the word. They help me embrace the good enough is good enough. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen some of the Catalyst models on the Iron Wind Metals store, and I really want to try them out. But there are some other factors there. Catalyst has made some decisions that I personally don't agree with regarding their policy with content creators. I mean, you can definitely make the argument that they've got an IP to protect, so I can't fault them there, but they've taken a really ham-fisted approach to like controlling the media that anybody who paints for CSO is allowed to do, and I think that's a gross overreach. I definitely think that, like, if you're releasing models in a official capacity, that makes sense. But because of their like format, because of the way they brand their painters, basically if you become accepted as a CSO painter, all of your social media then becomes like ambassador for the brands. And you're not allowed to like you're not allowed to paint anything but CSO. I mean, Catalyst stuff at that point. And I think that's really messed up. And they did not have that public policy until the fiasco with the ARM Painter, which is really unfortunate. Of course, I take personal offense to it because I had not a month before stated my personal goal to become a CSO painter in 2025, and now I want nothing to do with that. I will continue to shill for really well done proxies. I'll paint the occasional Catalyst model, and I'll probably buy stuff from Iron Wind Metals. Let me be clear, I'm not like rebelling against the game or anything. You know, I wouldn't say no to Catalyst models being gifted me or something, but I do think I would avoid buying their plastics going forward. Okay, so we've got 2 layers down. What we want now is a nice 50-50 burnt red and Mephiston red. Do I have a big clean 6.0 brush? 6.0 or number 6 brush? Yikes. No, it is not clean. Well, actually, it is clean. let's get... This sucks right here. I need a whole bunch of this stuff. And I'm having to waste a bunch in my brush tip. Citadel, please. Please, Citadel. I want your fabulous paint in a dropper. Alright, let's do that 50-50 there. And regard it. Done it. Banning it. You know, I think that just got really overwhelmed, and that color is almost indistinguishable from just the burnt red, which really sucks. So now I gotta dig out even more of this. Is this noticeably brighter now? No. Not enough, at least. So let's clean the brush so we can get out another drop. And see, this is right here. This is why pots suck. I could have just put a drop if this was a Vallejo bottle. Am I gonna have to do the whole buy the little funnel rig for transferring my citadels into droppers? I definitely would lose less paint to drying out. That's for sure. Alright, it's still not enough, so we're gonna get another drop out. And I think that's just about right now. God, paint pots suck. Why, paint pot? Why? Alright, so same deal, except now we're actually going to get like dry brush amounts on our dry brush. We're gonna try to adhere to that whole like bottom up feel. Again, we'll start with the feet because the feet are allowed to be a little more loose. Just want to build it up. At this point, we're actually like thinking of doing more targeted application. And maybe even need to switch to the smaller dry brush now. So like here, we're hitting the lower legs, and we're not really hitting the upper legs as they come up towards the pelvis. We're hitting the bottoms of the arms, but not the upper sections. We're hitting the sides of the torso and the under the chin there. Maybe a little bit on the shoulders, but not much. And we'll come up the back with just a few strokes. So all right. This guy's going to get one more pass here in a bit. Let's see here. And unfortunately, like, this puddle is already, like, drying out. So, like, after two mechs, I'm going to have to mix up another batch, which really sucks. I wish I had my Mephiston Red in a dropper. Thanks, G-dubs. I have to imagine that there's a certain amount of like cost benefit analysis that's gone into the pots. They sell too good for them to consider investing a whole bunch of infrastructure and changing things around. There's probably a certain amount of increased sales that they get from spilled inks and contrast paints. Like, that's a meme for a reason. It does happen. I spilled 2/3 of my Imperial Fist contrast paint the second I opened it. So it does indeed happen. There's not enough paint on the palette to transfer to my mob. Let's hit the bottom here. Let's hit the bottom of these guns. Let's hit the bottom of the chin, coming up the torso there. Let's hit the inside of this gun too. I'm still not sure if we're going metallic on the weapons. I think we may, and I think it'll provide a really nice contrast. All right. Let's not overdo it on this lad. All right, they're starting to get that like lit from below feel. All right, we got to mix a new batch. So let's maybe try to do a smaller batch, because like, so I mixed all that shit up, and this is spread out so thin that it has dried on top of my wet palette. So instead, we're gonna create a new little puddle over here and to do some science behind it. We'll do 3 of those, and we'll do a single drop of that and give it a good mix. And I think that's going to be good because the burnt red is really intensely pigmented. Yeah, there we go. Y'all babinking me? Almost 2 hours in. I think we could maybe have these done to the next color step in the next like half hour-ish. I'm hoping, at least. All right, let's dig in with our hunchback. So same deal, we're gonna hit those feets. We're gonna start with the feets. Start with our tootsies. They're allowed to be a little more intensely pigmented. And we're going to stroke upwards up the legs. Our brush is too wet. Then up the torso a few times. Bottoms of the arms. Lower torso. Underside of the gun. Hit them elbows. And focal points. Now, there's an interesting thing happening here with the heads. Usually the head is like the focal point of the mech. And I'm not really sure what to do about that treatment, to be honest. Let's take a peek at our reference material real quick. What treatment did they give the head? Nothing special. Oh, there's a little bit of a gray highlight. So I think we will be doing a minor gray highlight on top. I think in that we're doing dry brushing anyways, we'll probably make like a really dark gray dry brush highlight and hit the tops with a very, very targeted small dry brush. All right, same deal. We're hitting them tootsies, working them feets. A little extra paint. I'm gonna have to mix up a new batch for the next two. Hitting them tootsies all around them. And then up the legs a few times. And we're gonna get all up under that chin. I want that red kind of wrapping around the sides a little bit. We can be more reserved about in the crevices. And then we're going to hit the bottoms of these arms on both sides. And now, continuing that trend, we're going to hit the tops now of these missile tube covers, and then also this side, because these would normally be closed, of course. All right, let's reinforce that chin. Now we're going to come up the back, a few strokes, and all the way up the back. There we go. I want these knees a little bit red. There we go. She's looking good. Getting that fiery gradient on. Our break is all but gone. I can see it if I like look for it, but I don't think the average viewer would know. Let's really reinforce the red on those feet again, because these are going to be, you know, dustied up. All right. Excuse me. Crevasses, crevasses. Yes. Yes, indeed. All right. We'll do the same deal here. I'm gonna go for a similar amount. We do 3 brush tips. 3 like really well-loaded brush tips. And then the smallest drop we can manage with our burnt red. Give it a good mix. And I think situations like this really illustrate how important it is to know how your individual paints are going to treat others. So in this case, the pigments that make the burnt red into burnt red is really overpowering to the Mephiston red. All right, here we go. Who was next on the list here? I think we're on to the longbow. Let's get out our longbow. And we're just gonna go, we're gonna ham on them footsies. first. And that'll help us like judge the performance of our brush. We want it very red. Red. They are going to get some There is a piece of fuzz glued under his toe. Got him. Alright. Feet's very red. Much red, mini stroke. Up the leg. Much wow. So wow? Is that what it is? I have already exhausted that puddle that I've made with just 2 dips. This big brush is not kind to the amount of paint you need to do this. Alright, here we go. Boom, let's hit these. Let's hit the chin and the torsos. Always in the upper motion now. And the same on the arms. Always upwards. Always upwards. We are actually like trying to do our directional highlighting now. Towards the top. I did not mix up enough paint for this. Just not coming off the brush. Nothing's coming off my damn brush. Let's see, is there anything here I can use? Fuck. All right. GW, just please give me some fucking dropper bottles. It's fucking insane. Let's see if I can pour some out of this container. Absolutely ridiculous. Okay. Is that the right color? I can't see because they're fucking reflection. I can't tell. I think it's actually a little bit too light. So I need a tiny bit of, well, we got some burnt red right here. Need just a little bit of it. Let's put out a little bit of Mephiston red next to it just to make sure our color is going to be readably lighter. I think it is. This is still a little bit like too light. But I fear if I put any more burnt red down, it is going to make it too dark. I think even a single drop is going to make all that too dark. Case in point, why mixing paint sucks. Mixing paint's great if you're doing a one-off. But I'm doing 8 and they have to have matching colors. Let's see. Also, welcome, Sling. Beep boop indeed. That looks a little too bright. I'm gonna mix in as much of the burnt red as I can from right here. It's like, it's really close, but it's a little bit off. It's like a quarter drop off. All right, let's dig in on the feet again. Oh, it is much better though. With that much paint, like there's stuff actually coming off my brush. Okay, and now we're gonna go in upward swipes, up the legs, upwards, up the legs, up the legs. We're gonna try to be careful about where we hit because we want to preserve that gradient. We'll hit the crotch. We're gonna hit the chin and up the torsos just a little bit. We're gonna hit the bottoms of the arms. Try to get these stray hairs out of my damn face. All right. I mean, we're hitting the progress button hard on these. 2 hours in and we'll be basically ready to do the last bit of highlighting on the base tones. So from there we can start thinking about where the where we're gonna put yellow panels, what kind of treatment we're gonna give to the gray. Giving a little bit of red treatment to these cap thingies. There we go. I don't know if that reads at all on the camera, but they're starting to look like a nice blend to me. There is probably something being lost in the mixing is great, but the convenience and reliability straight out of the bottle can't be beat. Yeah, exactly. Taking wife to hospital. Catch you guys later. All bets calm, sir. I hope she gets well fast. Yes, I mirror those sentiments, Mr. Guy. Okay. So next we have our Wolverine by Mini Hulk Mechs. I am absolutely shocked at like how much this mech looks like the Catalyst model. I know I said it earlier, but I share the same sentiment as expressed. It would not surprise me if Mini Hulk Mechs had some of their models pulled with, you know, takedowns. This is not legally distinct. I almost wonder if they are someone who is involved with Catalyst. Shit, let's do a side-by-side of, all right, here's the Hunchback from Mini Hulk Mechs, and here is the Catalyst. I mean, it's not exact, but it is extremely similar all the details are in the same places. It is not the Catalyst sculpts, but it is the Catalyst sculpt reimagined. That Wolverine especially is damn close. Yeah, exactly. Mortimer's high as fucking angry. Guess that means he's back to normal. Damn, you got his Wolverine to print out. Might need that. Oh fuck. You know what? I forgot, Slink. I should have noted the angles. I believe I had it tilted back and then towards the leg. So kind of like this angle over the plate. For what it's worth, these were printed on... I start to say they were printed on the Frozen, so Chitu box supports, but it might have been on the Anycubic. I can't remember now. Had many teeth pulled, but for the better, he should be fully back to his terrible self. Yeah, that sucks, having to go through that with the kitty cat. I think I've mentioned to you before, Nathan, that I kind of regret not being more on top of my little dog's tooth health. So later in life, when she got like, I want to say like 10, 11 years old, she started to have some serious tooth loss and like bone loss as well in the jaw and the lower jaw. And I know it caused her some pain because sometimes she'd bite down on something and like wince in pain. So you're definitely doing a good thing taking the old kitty cat in for dentition treatments. All right, here we go. This is looking pretty red. I may have overdone it on this one a little bit. Let's see, do I have enough paint left? Around that rim I do. I can probably finish the Vindicator. Alright, so same deal. We're going to go really aggressively on the toesies. Really aggressively on the toesies. Because, like, even if we overdo it here, again, this is going to be... These are going to be dusted up. If I recall correctly, we're doing desert bases, so that means I'm going to give them a little bit of the, like, dusty foot treatment. Dusty road. Alright. So, legs have that red. We're going to hit the bottoms of the weapons. Hit the bottom of this arm. Hit the bottom of the torso. The bottom of the front of the torso. Try to be sparing about it. Alright, that looks pretty good. We're getting that blend on. They look like Derek's Devils to me immediately. Just at a glance. $2K for that peace of mind though. That sucks. That's a big investment. Yeah, sounds about right though for pet care. I think the most I ever spent on Donkey was I had to take her to the emergency vet late one night. She's having breathing issues, and they ended up keeping her overnight and putting her on oxygen. And that cost me like, I think it was about $1,000. Slink says, I'm painting the Grasshopper 5J from the Northwind box in my blue camo. Ooh, that's going to be very nice. Gonna be very, very nice. All right, so now we're on to straight Mephiston red. And we want to kind of be really careful about it this time around. And in fact, I'm going to clean this brush out. Because I think this brush is too big for what we're about to do. So we're going to go down to the number 2, this new, what do you call this? Flat? It's not a filbert. Filbert's like the wedge shape. You print the Wolverine all in one piece, or did you assemble it post-print? It was just a single piece.
We're talking about the thug.
We're talking about the thug.
H is for hell.
U is for ugly, and G is for jail, because a thug can't spell. Alright, so, same treatment. We're going to put some love on them footsies. And we're going to hit the ankles. Really build it up on the feet. Move it up the legs a bit. Basically, we want to really build up this red on the bottom on our transitions here. So anywhere we've got like a really strong gradation, we're going to go in and give that some love and really build it up. So like the bottoms of these round bits on the legs for sure. The bottom of these weapons for sure. Really want to hit that several times. Man, there's so much flashing around these gun ports. Try to hit the inside as well, but we need to do so without hitting anywhere else. Alright, same here. You can go kind of heavy with the saturation on our brush. We want a good amount of this red deposited, but we want it in a very controlled fashion. Let's hit the inside here as well. There we go. We're going to do the nose. Try not to overdo it. We're going to come around the lower end of the torso here. So these like pods. And we want a less is more approach here. So just those sections. Kind of like a U shape around the tip of the nose. And then we're going to tickle the tips down here in the bottom corners of our missile pods. Just a little light grazing. Same here. Boom. And we're going to give, I think this section that kind of loops around, we're going to give that just a little bit of love there. We're going to avoid the pelvis this time around. Make sure to get the backs of the bottoms of the guns, and then we're going to tickle those corners again, and that's it. That's all that red, because we want that black to still read. And I don't know if that's showing up. Let me try to full screen this and see if y'all are half-ass seeing what I'm seeing. I don't think you really are. Yeah, a little bit. We have a nice gradient, a readable gradient from dark red to black. So once we get all this on there, we're going to need to think about doing some kind of highlighting on the gray on top. But I am shocked at how easy this has been to achieve. Bones at the end was over 7K all said. I'd pay it again though, but I do often warn potential pet owners it's a serious and honest investment of time, money, and emotion. Yeah, exactly. Slink says, yeah, my cat is like 20 and the bills are piling up for it. Yeah, exactly. I really like Locust Lab Mad Cat's one of the best models of it, in my opinion. Really a nice blend of the old and new, ugly to please everybody with the fugly mech. Yeah, and you know, I wish I had one handy, because this Catalyst model, like, if you put this side by side with the Locust Labs model, it's really close. Like, I think the Locust Labs one blends in really, really well with these. I kind of want a Locust Labs Mad Cat in metal. I really want to give this model an honest go without all the mold lines. All right, here we go. Same deal on our Rifleman. We're going to give those feet the treatment. We're not going to paint the bottom of this foot, though. Well, I hit it a little bit, so it's just what we're doing then. All right. There's a piece of fuzz glued to the base. Get rid of that while we see it. All right, here we go. Too much on that brush. Let's hit them feet. Get the feet really good and red. We'll hit the bottoms of the ankles there. That way we're getting like the full red to black gradient from feet to hip on the legs. And we get all them nice rich tones in between. Okay, a little bit more over here on our palette. You said Locust Labs and metals, did you mean CGL metal? Yes, yes. Did I say that? I want I want this model, the CGL model. This is a CGL Mad Cat. I want this lad in metal without them mold lines. The worst, and I'm only just now seeing it, there's like a whole bunch of flashing around the gun ports. They're just an absolute nightmare of cleanup. And you can't clean them. Not fully. So like, I have in the past ragged on creators, on painters for not cleaning their Catalyst models, and now having painted several of them, the mold lines are you just accept that they're there and move on, because you ain't getting them off there. Not without some serious time. All right, so again, we're doing the torso and the chin. Really getting in there. I need this red to read. So, get a little bit extra down in them crevices. And then we'll come up the back with this a little bit. Just a bit. And I think that's, let's hit the corners of that antenna just a little tiny bit, and I think that's our Rifleman. I know the camera's not like picking it up perfectly, but like there's definitely a gradient there now. Some of the mold lines are bad, especially the older models, but it's definitely gotten better for the most part. Yeah, and I think that some of their designs are moving more towards. I think some of the sculpts are being made with the casting methods in mind. So the designs are looking chunkier and more toy-like. Iron Winds Metal has CGL models and metals museum scale, but not normal scale, not worth $70. Yeah. Difference between Shadowhawk and a game of Armored Combat and Grey Death Legion Force Pack is huge. I'll have to reserve judgment for, like, I haven't seen it, but I've yet to experience a Catalyst model that does not have egregious mold lines. And like, that's fine. Like, I expect mold lines on models. Iron Wind Metals have mold lines, but like, generally Iron Wind Metals models are also in multiple parts, and you can actually get in and clean them up and remove the mold lines. Iron Wind Metals does a lot of like running the mold line across fingers and guns and like detailed areas that you literally just can't clean it off. And then decisions like this. I wish I would have cut this thing off when I had the model off its base. Like, this little bit sticking out under the foot is very unnecessary. That's really, like, that's a weird choice. I wonder if they had like a stipulation somewhere in their designs that the feet have to be firmly planted on the base with a full foot coverage, because like, you could have not put that made up little bit under the foot and this mech still would have fit. I still, like, I'm almost tempted to break this off the base and cut that off. That's egregious. I did dig out the little pegs on the Archer. Like, that's not even a peg. That's like added to the sculpt unnecessarily. Hey, but don't let my hate dissuade you, anybody out there, from picking up the models. Because for all the shit I talk on the Catalyst models, you're still getting a box of like really nicely sculpted game pieces for, what's a force pack now, like $25? Paying a little more than $5 per model. So like, you know, you can't expect them to work miracles and still be able to put the models out for that cheap. They have toy-like problems because they are produced as if they were toys, inexpensive toys. Which is an interesting model for miniatures. I can't think of many other producers that do that. You see it sometimes in those little, like, in board games with like high quality minis, but those are generally like really expensive. All right, this brush is not unloading for me. Let's try resaturating it. There we go. All right, bottoms of the arms. Bottoms of the arms, all the way up to the elbow. On the inside too. Oh my God, who the fuck is ringing on my doorbell? Hold on, y'all.
I am the cream, yeah. The cream of the crop. And there is no one that does it better.
I should have put the I should have put a sign on the door. Should have put a sign on the door. But it's dealt with, and I'm back at it. It is a weird thing to have people ringing on my doorbell at all. I have to assume every time it's got to be either like management is doing a thing or like it's a neighbor, because you can't get in the building to visit me unannounced. It's not a thing. It's not a possibility. All right. I've been off frame this whole time. Okay, Hunchy. Hunchy's looking red. Let's hit this a little bit more here. I think the red is like... The red here is like, it doesn't really want to come off too strongly unless I overload the brush a little bit. It may be because it's a air paint. Right? This is an air? Yeah, Mephiston Red Air. Alright, so 3 down. Who is number 4 here? I can't remember. I think it was Catapult.
Yeah.
But you do work out.
I do.
Ooh, I
Give me
do
10.
work out.
Okay.
You got it.
Bye, everyone.
I work in
Go on
access
forever.
control. I can get there just fine. No, that's silly. All right. Push-ups coming.
One, two, three, four, five, six, 9, 10.
If you showed up at my house, well, firstly, I would admonish you for wasting so much money. And then I would challenge you to a game of Battletech. All right, that's 50. That's 50 push-ups. We're halfway there for the day. Can we do it in another 2.5 hours? Though I gotta admit, the way my arms are feeling today, pennies on a second day of push-ups, I'm thinking maybe for the stream every day December, I should adjust the cooldown timer on it, or maybe just integrate more stuff like crunches or whatnot. That could be fun. I was waiting until you were done dry brushing the wallet destroyer paint before push-ups. Lol. Well, fortunately, I actually ended up with this. I wish I would have bought more when they did. One of my local game stores was doing a... they had a big old box of air colors. They were selling them for really, really cheap. I'm not sure what was wrong with them. if they just had overstock that they were trying to get rid of, or what the story was behind it. But they were selling G-dubs big pots for $2.50. It was insane. Their color palette was a little limited, so I picked up a few. I ended up with, where are they at? I got the small ones too. So I guess they weren't all the big ones, but they were all the same price. So I got the Mephiston Red, I got the Towlite Ochre and Baylor Brown, XV88. There was something else I thought. I may have used it up already, honestly. This shit's so hard to dig through. Oh, here we go. Castellan Green. I think that's all I ended up picking up. I don't see any more airs up here. But yeah, keep an eye out for shit like that at your own game store. All you gotta do is stand in front of the building with a ladder, they'll let you right in. Or clipboard and a hard hat. Alright. This is looking really fucking cool already. Alright. Well, let me take a moment here to apologize to my client if you happen to see this. I have not been recording this. And I'm enjoying this so much that I will probably paint an extra one with the intention to turn it into a piece of content. If you're interested in painting your own to match them up. I think this is a color scheme worth some content, because this is really a really neat looking paint job that is going to be really, really accessible to a newbie. Plus, we can talk about a texture palette, and maybe even use it as an opportunity to push for a Country Fried Minis branded texture palette. I will start on blendering that very soon. That will be available as a free STL and as a physical product that you can buy from me. All right, let's hit the bottoms of these. And of course, the bottoms are on the top. Damn, it's a cool paint job. It is a very cool scheme. Make sure you're wearing technician clothes. You don't want to look like some random ladderman that's suspicious. Oh man. Is Ladderman someone who challenges Trailerman? I'm gonna fill my cup real quick. Give me just a second. I will BRB. I am back. Hey, isn't Gravy Day coming up at some point real soon, y'all? What day is that? Country Fried Minis you should do too. One with biscuits and stuff, then you can do a separate file for all the penny fetishists out there on Discord. Ladderman is the bane of corporate. Ladderman is invisible on the job shot. Trailerman knows he's there, but they never interact. Interesting. Put a couple extra drops out. I honestly like the respawn mechanics with Trailer Man in that last battle. I love that you finished the campaign with an encounter with Trailer Man. I gotta admit, I did not see that coming. Like that was really clever. For those of you who don't know, Mr. Nathan ran a really fabulous Hearn RPG campaign for us. We played every other Saturday as the pickup game. And by pickup game, that means people could kind of drop in and drop out, show up when they're available. Very casual, no commitment, low, like rules light gaming. And it was really fun. It was like a kind of a corporate fantasy theme park ride setup, basically, where like the old tropes of the adventure modules were being played out and commodified, and you were just another adventurer playing through the situation. At the very end, we went to rescue the princess, and we decided we were going to kill the princess and like break the cycle of the adventure. And so we opened the door and shot her with an RPG. And then the lights came on, and there was like a whole film crew in there. And the director stormed out. It was fucking awesome. And if any of y'all are out there are interested in getting in on some casual RPGing, just let me know in the Discord. Let us know. Gravy Day is December 21st? That doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Gravy Day is December 21st. No, I was referring to Thanks Gravy Day, where we thank the Eldritch gods for all the gravy, and we gather with our friends and family to consume pies and keep the god of hunger at bay for another year. Usually with turkey. Turkey pie, pumpkin turkey pie, you know, all the hits. Gravy pie. I imagine the next game will probably start after the holidays are over, but maybe sooner. That's kind of what I was expecting as well. Or at least that's when I'll be available myself. Because the stream every day challenge in December is going to be really intense. Absolutely soul destroying. So definitely come on by during December if you have time and want to see a man collapse into himself live on stream. If I'm streaming every day, how many push-ups you think y'all can give me in a month? Even just like showing up casually to the occasional stream. That could get really bad really quick. I should maybe reduce the bring down the cooldown to 7 minutes or something.
Yeah.
Would you do a workout?
I do.
Give me 10.
Okay.
You got it.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I'm feeling it like right here. What's the push-up goal? 2,500? I don't have a goal. Or start doing different workouts more often. Yeah, I get the need for other exercises. I fully comprehend. I'm just very focused on building up my ability to handle large amounts of push-ups. I think for now, in my current state of unfitness, it is the most worthwhile exercise. I know a man can't subsist on push-ups alone, but you can do a whole bunch of them to build up the strength and endurance to do other exercises. Also, is a great way to tear your muscles. Squats. You say squats. You like the squats. We'll do that. What if we do that? We'll do that. We'll say this. How do I do this? All right, we'll do that. My PR is 280 pounds low bar back squat. That's funny. Nathan, you are explicitly banned from contributing to that goal that just went through. You could switch it up to push-ups 1 week, then crunches week 2. It could give time for muscles to recoup and grow. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It'll all get incorporated in the long run. Just, you know, for now, the focus has been big time focus on the push-ups. I mean, those of y'all who've been around know that, like, when I first started this thing, I was on my knees, you know? Half weight. Not full plank in it. Not even an incline.
Nathan donated a $2 super chat. Nathan is not banned.
Nathan is not banned.
That's canon.
It's not TTRPG Tuesday, but I'll tell you what, I'll give you 10. I'll give you 10 for the $2. I'll give you 10. You get 10. And we'll do it in front of the camera, too. Let's go deep with them.
Go real deep with that last one.
I'll give you 10 for 2. Damn, if another $5 in my Steam wallet, I could grab DQ11S. Dragon Quest 11. What's the S for? Also, thank you for the generous donation, Mr. Nathan. It is these contributions that make it all possible. All right, so our red feets. Got our red feets here. Let's get our red gun arms on. I'm gonna hit the inside too. Do the same over here as well. Minis on Parade has the Shadowhawk comparison pics. It's funny, I do the reach as well when I body squat. Yeah. It helps to adjust your center of mass. It's important. Especially when you got a big old fucking belly like I do. DQ11S equals DQ11 Switch. Basically has all the extra bells and whistles. So basically a special edition because it launched later than PS5, Xbox version, etc. Got you. Got you. Reminder in the chat that chatters can spend biscuit coins over at the CFM loyalty store. Nice convenient location to track how many biscuit coins you have and what kind of silly redeems are available. They occasionally change up, but we're running out of slots for it. That said, you want to make me do push-ups, check it out over there. All right. So more red. We're talking about the thug. We're talking about the thug.
H is for hell, U is for ugly, and G is for jail. Cause a thug.
Shadowhawk got the mold line mambo and the jump flutes. Oh, yeah, but that would make sense. Well, shit, you can tell that they're separate parts to just get glued in. All right. Archer's such a cool model, but I don't like it as a mech. It does not hit the notes that I would like it to for a missile boat. It's just too hot. I kind of like my missile boats to be very dedicatedly missile without other baggage slowing them down. Without too much heat to decrease their efficacy. All right, we got two more, and that's going to put us at almost 3 hours in, probably 3 hours in when we're done. We can think about the next bit of detail on these lads. I think what we're going to do is, would it work if we go silver? Yeah, all right. So the example model does have the silvered weapons. And you know what? Is that yellow or gold? I think that may be gold trim. That may be gold trim on it. Although I am seeing caution stripes. Those are caution stripes. I think we may very well be putting caution stripes on these. I always thought if the Archer dropped LRM-15s, it'd be better heat, more ammo, etc. At that point, though, I'm also like, but why not? I just take a catapult and jump. Yeah, exactly. Now, it's funny that this set of mechs has a potential really interesting lance if you wanted to play with missiles, with the Mad Cat, the Archer, the Longbow, and the catapult. That could be really, really stupidly fun. What the hell is that? Is this resin? Surely not. Where would I have gotten water on this mech from now? I think I splashed a little bit on top of that catapult when I was cleaning my brush. All the missiles, yeah, exactly. I feel like a mini isn't done until I do those TMM details. What do you mean by TMM? I'm just thinking 10-minute minis. But that's because I'm biased. All right, let's do that. Where's that brush? There it is. Doodum, doodum, doodum. Doot, doot, doodum. True metallic metal. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Kitty has cleaned the arm. Ah, yes. It's the natural home for Kitty. Makes sense to me. Kitty needs you, though. Can you blame Kitty? My cat was never much of a cuddler. Actually, now that I think about it. Every now and then she'd get on the bed and like under the covers, but kind of just kept to herself. It would always be me picking her up. But she was also tremendously fat. So I wonder if that had something to do with it. Just like the body heat being too much. Mortimer likes to goon on me. Ah, yes. You have described your cat as a ravenous sex fiend. I still have trouble imagining that, though. Just a kitty cat. Just a poor little kitty cat. He's not doing nothing weird. I'm liking what's happening on the hand here, so I'm gonna go back in and reinforce the red on the hand. I may go back and reinforce the red on all the hands, actually. So I really like what just happened there. Let's hit this Mephisto on red on the arm, and then we're gonna reinforce the hand. I really like what's happening with these hands being super red. Yeah, we're going to have to do that. We are going to have to do that. Alright, let's get some red on that chest. And then we'll do a little bit on these the two angles here on the back, so coming up there and there. And I think that's it. I think that's it for our reddest red. All right, these guys are looking pretty badass, I gotta admit. Very cool. All right. Next round. We'll start with them Tootsies. As is the tradition. Feet first. Because we need that extra color down there. Man, this is kind of giving me ideas for the black metal paint up this Friday. So again, if y'all don't know, Locust Labs is running a contest to paint the black metal, which I don't have it handy, probably over there somewhere. It is the Black Marauder. The model is free, and you have until the 30th to do a submission. Indo and Fair would let you put 4 medium lasers, 2 advanced LRM-15s with 5 tons of ammo, 10 double heat sinks. It's a banger of a missile boat and would have been an amazing helm before I upgraded the catapult. Ammo protected with case and still standard engine gun 464. Remember to prime before the stream. I will. I will indeed prime before the stream. That is part of the intention. Although I did, so I broke my airbrush. My old airbrush, and I have switched to a new airbrush. And I should share that with y'all real quick. Let's get that hand red though first before I show y'all. Oh, that's a little too red, but that's fine. I may go back in and clean it up with a bit of a wash, or not, maybe. I really like the red fist. Okay, so I had my Badger on the desk. I knocked it down. It had the safety cap off of it, and it broke. It hit the ground, it bent the tip, and it broke. So I switched to this cheap ass thing. I have no idea what brand. Airbrush designed for you. Just like the dirt cheap one off of Amazon, I'm assuming, because I got it from the Amazon return store. It's got a plastic body, but this comes off. That's very cleanable. The tip design is not that type that requires, it doesn't back build its pressure with the cap. This thing has been fantastic immediately. A nice $20, $30 airbrush. Absolutely fabulous. Now I'm sure it would really struggle to do like fine priming or fine line stuff, but for priming, forget about it. It's perfect. I'll give you some color down there. Oh, please don't. That's too much. All right, so we're gonna go back through and do the hands on the archer. Go back and do the hands on the archer and on the hunchback because I really liked how that looked. So we're taking a fairly saturated brush here and doing very careful targeted dry brushing. We have the brush loaded down like an overbrush. So got to be really careful and really gentle. Luckily, these Catalyst models have really chunky details and will take very nice as this. I want the hands very, very red because it looks dope. All right, last one, Hunchy. Hunchy gets a little love too. So right across the top. Ah, yes. This one, though, there's a really egregious mold line going across that hand that's getting picked out by this. But it's fine. We want them red hands. We want the hands as red as the feet. And in fact, while we're at it, his feet are not red enough. Get them feet red, red, red. All right, anyone else have feet that are not red enough? Those could use a little more. I think our Vindicator's feet are a little weak. So we'll do a second pass here. And I think those look like dang old Derek Devils. Throws paint in a bag grenade? Oh my god. How would you do that? You could take like a sandwich baggie like this and fill it full of paint and put one of those waterproof firecrackers in it. Okay, let's go back in and reference our lad here. Devils use a black and dark red paint scheme with yellow trim. Upper surfaces of units are black, fading to red underneath. Okay. I kind of think we should maybe hit the tops with a gray. So let's do that now. And we're just going to go with German gray, I think, because it's nice and dark. And we'll test that out on, it's risky. We're just going to do a little bit of highlighting across the tops of the heads, I think. Or a squib. A paint squib. Do squibs actually use like a small amount of explosive? Like a slow moving secondary explosive, or whatever the non like hypersonic ones are. Fun with squibs. Seems like a really good way to get in trouble. Would be fucking with squibs. Oh my god, these new bottles. I got it too excited and now it's leaking all over the damn place. It's still leaking. Okay, so for now, let's get out our acetone. I want to get rid of all the red out of this brush as best we can. I really do not want my gray going pink at all, not even a little bit. Unfortunately, it does look like it's going to be hard to remove all the pigment from this. What is this brush made out of when it's white like that? It's not golden Taclon. A good, cheap, easy way to get an acceptable black, I think, is a Cultist Collect speed paint. It's dark gray, then after use, dark wash over it. Nicely darken a bit while leaving a little grayish and the sharp edges settles into the cracks and gives a decent contrast. You think it's a nylon brush? Yeah, I could see that. It's awful soft though. For nylon. The black though, the black is just straight up Stynel Res primer. All that black is just exposed primer. Now I need it to be just barely highlighted with gray. So let's see here. Let's try it out. I think this brush may even be a little bit too big now that we've gone through the trouble cleaning that out. Do I have another little wedge? I guess I could run it sideways and probably be okay there. Now I want to point out this German gray is weird. My batch of German gray is like, it's two colors of gray at the same time. I don't know if y'all can see that it darkened like 6 shades once I rubbed it. I think that means I should probably put a stir ball in there. You know, the darker is better here. So we're gonna unload the brush mostly, pretty much all the way. And we're gonna gently tease the tip of our Mad Cat, I think, and see if that gray shows up at all. Because honestly, it doesn't look like it's gonna. I really can't tell. Yeah, okay, it's there. It's there a little bit. We should probably do 2 layers then. A slightly lighter one after this. All right. Let's go back through the same order we did before. We'll hit the top of our rifleman. Just a little bit. We just want a tiny bit of highlight in there. Just the tiniest bit. I need it to read with a highlight. Who was third? I think it was the Hunchback. I think it's one of those shake the hell out of it to mix paints, then you have to shake it even more. I put mixing balls in mine. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to put a mixing ball in mine. Pretty much all synthetic brushes, even Tacklin or nylon, but you can create nylon with any characteristic you want. Oh, interesting. All right, we're hitting the Hunchback head right here. Here we go. Let's go on down to the catapult. Still kind of trying to go sideways with this brush. Yeah. It's very, very subtle at the moment, but I think this little bit of highlight is going to be well worth it. Fuck. I just rubbed a whole bunch of gray on top of that red. Red. I'm going to have to fix that up. Just should be able to though, with just another pass of red. Red. All right, Wolverine. Let's get your head all grayed out. This is that like eternal issue with painting black. How much gray do you put on it before it stops being black and starts being like really dark gray? We're just focusing on like a circle right here in the center of the model. It is, y'all probably can't see it at all, but like I'm immediately seeing a difference here. All right, so now we're gonna take our German gray again. I think I may have already put a stir ball in this. I can't tell. If not, then like the liquid is sloshing around in a way that sounds a lot like a stir ball. I think there is a stir ball. All right, so we're gonna put out a little drop of that stuff, and then just a tiny drop of. Do I have that sea gray still? Dark green, green gray, azure. I almost want to put a tiny bit of azure in it and push it into blue. But medium sea gray is also kind of blue. If I can find the damn thing. This is also kind of blue. I am really, really tempted to go with the azure. How the hell do you make a super chat teal? $5. That's how. $5. Posted the archer I did with the black. Yeah, that's two things you sent. Let me pull them up. Hold on. Slink, did you post them and not send them to me, right? Okay. So let's do a side-by-side comparison. I don't think I can see any mold lines without like doing really close inspection. On that one. Then we've got this guy. Oh yeah, I remember this model. This is the 42 bird salute. Yeah, I do like that black. I've got a darker black. What'd you call this? A cultist cloak. I've got a GW color, but like this, seeing the difference in the gray to the shadow, that's a really nice black. Holy fuck, that's way too generous, my guy.
So thick.
Iron Elemental donated a $21.30 super chat. To teal or not to teal? That is the question.
What do we do for 20? I was only begging for 5. What do we do for 20? Thank you, Mr. Mental, for helping me to meet my goal. It is well and truly appreciated. Just to be clear, I have no expectations. Oh, fuck.
So thick.
Nathan donated a $5 super chat. Someone mentioned 25 squats and I just accidentally super chatted penis 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 brown mushroom orangutan hot dog.
Orangutan hot dog. All right, 25 squats coming. I got to figure out what to do. Also, you were... I start to say you were banned, but then you unbanned yourself with $2? I don't understand anymore. But anyhow, let's give you 25, my guy. Let's give you your 25. That's 2. Halfway. feeling it. Boy. One more. Squats suck. Squats suck. My legs don't like that. Okay. Let me catch my dang old breath. What the hell were we doing? We're adding Azure. I'm going with the Azure. I'm doing it. This is going in there. This is happening. What do we do? All right, so the express goal was $5 for 25 squats. Mr. Mental gave more than that. What do I do?
You can work out.
I do.
Give me 10.
Okay.
All right, 10 push-ups as well.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
Fucking hell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Boy, oh boy. Feels good. I love it. I love exercise. Hey. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Slink. Why does Penn know? That's 10 more. I gotta think of a way to give back to you, Mr. Mental. We'll negotiate that sometime soon. Maybe a quick handy under the bleachers or something. All right, so Azure is not working. Not happy with that. And I think medium sea gray is going to be too bright. But it just occurred to me. You know, it's always 10. You only need 1 tick per set. Yeah, but like the visceral feel of putting that many ticks out is nice. Anyhow, while I was down there, I saw this sitting on the floor, and I forgot that I picked up the Vallejo Equestrian Colors set. So let's take a second and open this thing up with a properly sized box opener. Let's find a point of entry. There we go. Let's go over what comes in this, because I thought this was a really nice set. I was really impressed. I actually had just gone online to replace my medium sea gray and found this instead. So let's start with black and white. Black and white are, you know, black and white. We have a black gray. We have a dark gray. How about a neutral gray and a London gray? And that's what I was thinking. We can use the London gray next. But I don't know. I'll put these out. I think the London gray has a bit more blue to it, and that's really what I'm going for. And then we have silver gray, we have medium gray, and we have ivory. So lots and lots of like warm and neutral tones there. And we have, does that have cavalry brown or red? I think it does. We got leather brown. We got saddle brown. Isn't it weird that they came with the two bottle types in the same container? We got flat brown. We got beige brown. We got tan earth. We got cavalry brown and salmon rose. This is a really nice set. Big recommend picking it up if you need some browns and grays in your collection. So I'm actually gonna, instead of committing these to the shelf just yet, I want to compare these two colors here before we get in, because my shelf's really full. I gotta work on some kind of storage solution. I think I may have to move all the GW stuff up a shelf to make room for all the Vallejo. Alright, so let's put away this fucking knife before I cut myself. And we're gonna compare London gray and neutral gray. They look very similar. I mean, honestly, they look almost indistinguishable, to be honest. Which is surprising. Is that something you think Vallejo would do? Put the same color in two different bottles? Salmon rose is solid color? Oh yeah, I don't have anything even close to that. Alright. I like that you said, does that have cavalry brown or red? Because it looks more red than brown, honestly. It's like a brown-red color. Okay, here we go. Let's do a little bit of comparison. This will be the neutral gray on the left. And then we'll do the London gray on the right. Okay. What do we see immediately? So our neutral gray and our London gray. All right, so immediately I can see that this is slightly lighter than that, and the London gray definitely has more of a bluishness to it. Bluishness. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna pick up some of our German gray and we're gonna mix it into the London gray and create a nice intermediate tone. I want this darker than just the straight London gray, because this is a highlight on, this is going to be a highlight on black after all. So it needs to be pretty dark, but it needs to be a step up. Holy shit. See, this is what I'm talking about. Sometimes the shit coming out of this bottle is just like absurdly dark. What the fuck? The London gray looks almost purple on this screen. Yeah. I think that's probably because all the saturation boost. You know what? This looks almost orange on that screen. I think it's just the shitty Brio camera. The Brio camera, I gotta say, it is absolutely amazing. If you need a good, high-quality webcam that you can sit in front of the screen and capture your face, perfect. I can't think of a better webcam, to be honest. But, like, what I'm doing here, it just don't want to focus on models. It don't want to focus on like actual colors. I'm telling y'all, if I ever hit the point where I have the type of funds that you'd need to invest in a product for painters, for content creators, I would love to see a webcam solution for the mini painter, specifically for people doing small creative desk-based things. I mean, it's not just mini painting, right? Like, you could have, what about people doing like, what do they call that like small scale jewelry, glass jewelry stuff with the torch? Or like, people who do the wire jewelry, or like, you know, soldering components, anything like that. If you could just have this camera that would actually focus on the fucking things, and the solution is this camera. You have this camera in this webcam. It's shocking. And if any of y'all out there know of a webcam with those kind of specifications, please let me know. Alright, anyhow, that's enough fucking waffling. Let's get into highlighting our lads again. I need this mostly removed, and we're going to do very, very light dustings. Just right across that center. Kind of even just doing the center line. Very subtle. Small shift of color. Alright. Hunchback time. Right across the head and the corner of the gun. That's it. Boom, boom, boom. Yes, very, very small shift of color. Dude, that adds so much. I know the camera's not going to pick it up. The camera absolutely is not going to pick that up. But there's just like a tiny bit of gray on the edges here. It looks really nice. Very visually pleasing, and it still looks, I mean, mostly black. You going for that long stream tonight? C1O drone cameras, you don't need a drone to use them. Interesting. Yeah, micro detail work, exactly. I just like, this thing just won't focus. So I've got the focus locked here, but then it's also doing like weird stuff with color fidelity, and it does weird stuff with like the image smoothing. You can tell that this webcam is very optimized to view faces. Going for that long stream tonight? Yeah, we're gonna go till I get 100 push-ups, or we hit. What time did the Dick stream? What time is the Dick stream? When is it? Dick's in the dark. Let me pop their channel. Live. It is scheduled for 5:30 p.m. my time. So 2 more hours. 2 more hours, or 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, or 30 more push-ups, whatever comes first. Focus is fine, but audio is kind of funky. Yeah, you know, the green bars on my screen here suggest that that is not true. I gotta admit, Mr. Nathan, that your audio trolling has just made me more cognizant of seeing the visual representation of the levels. You say thing, I look at screen. Damn, these mechs are fucking cool. Yeah. I may do another set of these to film it. I'm gonna have to. This is absolutely fabulous. just get that little bit of gray highlight on the black. The thing is, like, I need it to be black with just a very slight gray highlight. It's the way. It is the way. You know, it's funny, they're already kind of going to gray territory with this highlight. But, you know, it's fine. It is really hard to paint black and actually have it look black. I'm wondering if I should have just skipped the last layer and then done this one as a singular dry brush that's a little darker. I guess ideally edge highlighting, really sharp edge highlighting would be. I got Harlock pretty solid with an audio troll last week. Oh yeah, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, indeed you did. Okay, so our boys are looking pretty fucking good. Burning hot, sexy lads. Let's see if I can array them really quick so y'all can see kind of what's going on here. We got that nice red to gray gradient going on. Supposed to be black, but it is what it is. I think we could maybe get away with doing a bit of an ink wash on them. I am a little worried about what it's gonna do. Guess I could try it on a unassuming part of the model. But before we do that, let's pop out some metallics. Let's start putting down some metallic on these lads. And we're gonna go with the... I'm wondering if duraluminum or jet exhaust is better here. We're so deep in the weeds over here that sometimes forget that others aren't psychologically hardened yet. Yeah. Is there something wrong with that though? Well, you know, maybe the community is a little bit of self-cannibalizing at this point. A little bit. I've noticed a marked slowdown in growth and memberships. So we got to do something about that. We got some fresh meat in the seats over here. I have noticed my peers overtaking me. What is the brush to use here? Are we gonna go with this 3.0? I think so. You think jet exhaust? You think jet exhaust? I think jet exhaust might be too dark. In fact, I'm finding more and more that it's too dark most of the time. Tobera reactor. But I have been overusing the duraluminum recently, so let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. And we're actually going to get two brushes out here, I think. We want a 1, I think. We want a 1. Where's that Vallejo brush? There it is. We want this 1 and a 3.0. Them in jars? You might have to start painting ponies and display them in jars. I hate this. I absolutely hate this. Let me check on this 3D print. Something's fucking going wrong with it.
I think my bed's too hot.
Yet another fail. Yet another fail. The size of the base I need this thing to be. It was curling up on the corner. I'm getting this weird like separation going on here. I don't know what to do about it. I've tried many a setting. You said pony, and I was thinking, oh, I gotta 3D print that pony still, and then I looked over and saw the 3D print. Specialty lens can be pricey. USB microscope on Amazon that had streaming and Wi-Fi capability. Yeah, but it's not a microscope I'm after. I need this camera. I need this camera on a webcam. That's it. Like it seems like a no-brainer, and it doesn't seem to be a product that exists. Print it sideways, lots of support. Removing supports from an FDM printer is a fucking nightmare. So if I can avoid using supports, I got to. And printing bases in resin, I just cannot figure out how to do it without having like warping on the leading edge. It's a $40 macro lens. No, I don't need a macro. I need like just a regular smartphone camera that's on a webcam. Yeah, FDM. Oh yeah, this base won't even fit in my printer. Because the safe print area is actually smaller than the screen. Isn't it funny how I got a printer that boasts a 9-inch screen and you can't fit an 8-inch base on it. Alright, so we're going to dig in on the rifleman here and see how our jet exhaust looks. Yeah, okay. I believe it. It'll work. Let's go ahead and put you on a handle. But it does make me think, Slink, that macro photography of miniatures could be really fun. Could be worth doing like a special about like, hey, just because it looks shitty on a super close-up doesn't mean it's a bad model. Something like that. I just need a dang old cell phone cam as a webcam. Got to be like a workaround for that, right? Like you could potentially just take an old cell phone and then put some kind of app on it to use the camera as a webcam. Okay. All right, jet exhaust. Jet exhaust was a good choice. The model is dark enough that it'll stand out. fact, speaking of camera, let's zoom this camera in a little bit. Let's go back out of image adjustments and bring this in. Where is the camera pointing? There we go. Right about here. What was that anime voice? Wait, hold on. Does the base have details on top or is it just plain? Just plain. Just plain. You always cut it in half, print them vertically, and slap it back together. Ugh. I don't wanna reassemble it. Because you end up dealing with like you'll end up with little bits of warping that just snowball out of control. PLA weld it. Oh, it'll fit on my FDM printer. It won't fit on my resin printer. It needs an autofocus that works well with the format of hands on death. Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, so when you have your cell phone camera out, you can click on the thing and then it'll be like, oh, I'm tracking this object. We Fit Coach, yeah. We Fit Trainer. Salute the sun. That's my it's my phone notification. I usually silence it, but I left it on to see how much y'all actually send me notifications while I'm streaming, so I can be aware of it, you know. Okay, so what do we do now? I think all these vents should be metal. So we're going to carefully paint all those. And we need to be especially careful because any serious missteps here and we're going to lose our dry brush effect. Am I still on camera? Not really. And we're okay with the metal going in the crevices because these are going to get hit with a wash anyways. Alright. There's one. Let's carefully get this next one. Just take our time. Rub on it a little bit. This was our number 1 Vallejo brush. I fucked up. I fucked up and got paint on the thing I didn't want to paint. Let's see if we can't fix that. A little bit of red. Usually if I print a big flat thing, my Elegoo 2S prints it just fine without any rafter supports. What is an Elegoo 2? Is that a resin or an FDM? Rafter brim to help it adhere? No, it's just a piece of shit. And the temperature difference between 190 C and 70 degrees Celsius just causes the material to shock and fucking warp. Oh look, the hourly YouTube crash. Is anyone else crashing or is it just you? I can't tell because my chair's in the way, so I can't see the computer over there. YouTube does kind of suck some days. Some days are really bad. I did a refresh. I'm not getting it. Had brim? Yes, it had a brim. It just getting my printer to print at all is a nightmare. if I can't get it printing tonight, I'm gonna have to overnight a wooden base. I need an inch round. I need an 8-inch round base that is also going to stand up to the rigors of being mailed. And it sucks because the FDM printer has worked about 70% of the time. And then every now and then it just like, it spectacularly fails and then goes out of commission for a fucking month. I really hate FDM printing. It is not fun. I've had to learn a lot to deal with it. I've had to buy replacement parts. It's shitty. You know, resin printing has its problems. Don't get me wrong. It does have issues and things go wrong. FDM printing, the experience of FDM printing is the issues. Not sure how relevant this is, but I printed 210 on nozzle and 60 on bed. Yeah, I mean, I went up to 200 on the latest shift because my material is clogging. Just the shock, the bed temperature shock seems to make it curl up. That print was actually fine, just one of the corners curled, which just ruined the whole thing. We have different printers though. I mean, it's, you know, they shouldn't differ that much, but evidently they do. And the Anycubic Cobra Go is a piece of fucking trash. I think, unfortunately, if you're going to go for an FDM printer, you want to spend a lot of money on it. You can get a pretty damn good SLA printer without spending boatloads of cash on it, but I think you absolutely cannot with an FDM printer. If you buy entry level, you're going to have a bad time. It seems like the appeal of FDM printing is the hobby aspect of it. It's upgrading your machines, it's troubleshooting, it's tinkering. That whole like comparing them to classic cars thing is really apt. It's like my SLA printer is like getting a mid-90s Toyota that runs forever, whereas my FDM printer is like dealing with a Opel out of the 70s and trying to get it to work. At newer FDM are plug and play too, but again the cost goes. Yeah, FDM you want to spend 4 times as much on FDM. I wouldn't, if I were to buy another FDM printer, I don't think I'd pay less than $600 for one. Like, that's bare minimum. It sucks. It's a fucking nightmare. And honestly, it ain't worth it to me. I am glad I know what I knew though. What I've learned. All right, so do we paint these laser ports silver? I think so. I think we do. I'm not 100% sold on it though. Let's see, do we have other models that could have laser ports that are not silver? Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. We're going silver laser ports. Just this rifleman's gonna get a lot of silver on him. Like a lot of silver. Because there's a whole hell of a lot of vents on it. Am I in frame still? Man. This Vallejo metal color, always putting in work. Doing that heavy lifting. Single coat coverage. Shit is awesome. Trying to be really careful here too. Just don't want to spill any outside the lines. Or at least avoid as much of that as possible, you know? Alright, there's that one. I think we could maybe skip a few of the vents. Like these ones on the butt and on the back of the legs. I think they're fine. How's it failing the printer? It's curling. Well, first it was clogging. And then I noticed that when I went to purge the material at a high temp, it actually flowed. So I've adjusted the temperature up.
I do.
Give me
And now the material gets deposited on the bed and then curls up in the corner, which destroys the whole print.
She can go on forever.
All right, you got it.
Down we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I did notice when I pulled my print up off the bed with the failure that it was kind of soft and plasticky at 70C. So I think the next test we're gonna run the nozzle at 200 and the bed at 60 and see how it goes. Curling and clogging sounds like the convention for Canadian Skyrim dual citizens. Ah, yes. Now, resin's like 200, Bamboo Labs A1 top tier brand is like 3 to 4. I thought the Bamboo A1 was like $1,000. I mean, was it not just like $1,000 like 6 months ago or whatever? What is it? P1S? When did they go down like half price? That's crazy. Just show me the fucking price, dude. Oh, I'm thinking of the X1C. Yeah, that's $1,000. That's $1,000 on sale. But like, I don't need multicolored prints. Gee, I'm done with that website. That is the most like egregious. It hit me with 6 ads before I could scroll down to the bottom of the page, like pop-up ads. Most list price is only 68% of MSRP. That way they make it look like you're getting a deal. I would not trust a new FDM printer unless you spend at least $400 on it. Like that's, and even then, I'm still not going to trust it for 400 bucks. It has to be idiot proof. It has to be plug it in and go. I don't want to fuck with it. I don't want to rebuild it. I don't want to take it apart. I don't want to upgrade it. And I don't want it to fail all the fucking time. It is, I mean, begrudgingly, like, I've learned a lot about it because I've had to. Watching multiple hours of content on, oh, this is why it's having a problem. Or, hey, this is why resin behaves the way it does. Or, I mean, filament. It's, I have resentfully learned quite a bit. God damn it. My hand just slipped. And I got paint. Somewhere I don't need paint. Was the Bamboo Labs website or something else? I don't know. But someone was talking about getting one in the community like several months ago, and they were talking about $1,000. If you're just ready for something better, it's why you should start on a cheaper piece of equipment, because you'll be more prepared to appreciate the capabilities of a nicer machine. I disagree wholeheartedly with the FDM printer. I think a cheap FDM printer is for an advanced user. Specifically for the advanced user. I think that unless you have advanced knowledge, you're going to hate the hobby from buying the cheap one. You're going to end up like what I'm going through. I fucking hate FDM printing. It is miserable. It is awful. But occasionally I need a really big part. And it's the only way to do it. You know, not without like machining things, which ironically would be even more expensive. I wish I would have spent like $400 on the printer instead of $180. It does have a really nice auto leveling feature. That's about the only positive mark I have for the Anycubic Cobra Go. If you like tinkering with things, it's fairly easy to break down. My face is turning red? Is it really? I'm not like upset or anything. I think you're making that up. My face is not turning red. You got me all paranoid now. Something weird has happened here. This paint deposited like a really thick clot right there. I'm not sure how it did that. There must have been a lump of acrylic in the tip of my brush. All right. We're knocking out the Locust Lab sculpts now because they have a lot of vents and a lot of grab handles, a lot of spots that demand metallic. Little bits of silver do look good though. P1S is supposedly all that plug and play, just hit the button. Again, it's like $700 though, so it's expensive. I'm glad I got the Neptune 2S to test if I wanted to continue with FDM, and I do enjoy it mostly. I'm definitely eyeballing a better printer too. Yeah, I think that just some food for thought to like be careful about your purchases. An FDM printer probably requires a bunch more research. You can buy an entry-level machine and hate the fucking experience. And of course, you know, there's the whole deal with things just fail sometimes, no matter what you do. I mean, I just printed bases off not 7 days ago, and it's fine. And now this thing is just failing and failing and failing and failing and failing with the same settings. Heck, I'm still not 100% convinced it's not failing because we had humidity come in.
Jeremiah Mason subscribed to the channel.
Well, thank you for the subscription, Jeremiah Mason. Shit, it might be, yeah, exactly. I know sometimes metallics start to dry, there will be fiddly chunks in your wet paint. Yeah, I think that happened. So this stuff was starting to gel up, and I think I had a little bit in the corner. Also, are you buffering really hard there, Mr. Nathan? Yeah, I think the answer now is to do a dry. There was something neat though. Tobias sent me a video earlier that appears to be like you build a box of some sort and then set it on your printer bed to heat up your filament to dry it out, and that it looks plausible, and I'm going to dive into that video after the stream here. Alright, metallics. I think we're going to skip those. The vents, like, they look neat as just the red metal. So now we got a bunch more grab handles to do. Get these grab handles underneath here. See if I can't. I was not expecting the metallics to be so time consuming, but that's fine. I'm trying to go slow and meticulous here. Like, I think painting this a little slower and getting accurate coverage now will save me like cleanup later, if that makes any sense. I see you're using that hook brush. No, this one's almost a hook brush. Oh, and specifically the hate on the hook brush is for the hook brush I saw on a Peganeko stream. And when I called that thing out for how horrible it was met with great resistance. Could also use your hair dryer in a cardboard box. I mean, that's basically, I think, what it's doing. I guess the advantage of the print bed heating is it's like a stable, constant temperature. But you know, either way, you know, the big thing, the big takeaway here is this means even more fucking research. And I'm not happy about that. Hey, I just wrapped up seven years of school. Like, I'm done with research. I embraced the hook long ago. Shame. For shame? Shame on the hook brush enjoyer. Heathen. Sacrilege. Clean up a little overspill here. Let's see, let me find my most hooked brush for you. Let's see. This one's pretty hooked. This one's pretty hooked. This one is basically unusable because it's hooked. Unusable. It's good for dry brushing. See, instead of a hook brush, you want a curved brush. But even my curved brush is hooked to hell. Unusable. Trash garbage. I love Nate's "you could spend money, you could use your brain" comments. Yeah, it's good stuff. Like, I'm glad y'all tinkerers are around. So I don't have to think so hard. What else is a community for other than like mutually parasitic hobby relationships, you know? We're here to share paint jobs and steal ideas from each other. Like, 100% there's people out there who think paint in a bag was my idea. Hooked fine, not floof, not so much. Oh yeah, some of these brushes are trash. Have you seen the state of my brushes? Alright, so brushes, they're a little disorganized now. They go from the, like, so I got the ready jar, like the tier 1. This one probably should get moved down to tier 2. In fact, it's going to tier 2 right now. Or that one's going to, yeah, tier 2. So I've got the tier 1 brushes, and these ones are on the way out. So they're gonna get downgraded soon. And we go into the tier 2 brushes. This one should probably already get moved into tier 3 actually. This one's still okay because I'm using it for pigments. So it's the tier 2 jar. Mostly fine. And then we go on down to the tier 3 brushes. They're all floof to hell or chewed up. But yeah, the triple jar method. And then if they make it to a tier 4 jar, they're in the trash. Out of here. Mutually parasitic is called symbiotic. Sounds a lot better. Yeah, it's true. Tier 3 is kindling. No, they're still fine. They're still fine. Let's see. This is an oil brush. This is my oil mixing brush. This is, I don't know what the fuck I used this for that it's so rock hard, but this is a dry brush. This one is probably on the way out. It's still got a little bit of life in it, but it's a you know, it's got a little bit of life it's clinging to. A lot of like pigment stuff and dry brushes in here. This is my current dry brush and brush. Whenever you need a very small application like glue or something, these tiny brushes do the job. Yeah, they're fine. Nothing wrong with those. But if they get moved down from there, they're dead. There's a couple in there that could probably ascend to tier 4. Yeah, I think so. Let's see. Let's find our tier 4s. Let's find our tier 4s here. I think... this is tier 4. I think this one's just dead. I think that brush is just straight up dead. Yeah, it has no shape left. But you know what we could do with it? No, I think these are all still tier 3. Like, these ones that are, like, splayed out, I can still cut those down and use them. I don't have any tier 4 brushes yet. But this one right here, this one needs some trimming. I think if we were to trim this down, if we were to come in here and, like, remove those...
Yeah.
But you do work out.
I do.
And
Give me two.
those.
Okay.
And those. And all of that.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
This is now a 50 brush right here. That is now a perfectly serviceable 50-0. And it's just been upgraded to tier 1. You got it. I'm hitting it.
Here we go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Put on some light.
Been a damn waffle session for the last half hour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 10 more. One more set. And that's the stream, y'all. Tier 4 doesn't really exist. You just use it to scare brushes. Yeah, precisely. Alright, back to work. My metallics are goopy. We've waffled for so long. Let's do a new puddle right here. Alright, what's next here? We got some grab handles here. What good are grab handles at that kind of scale? Is it for, like, moving parts with a crane? Basically? Alright. Got a little grab handle on the hatch. Gonna get a little love. And now we want to do all these laser ports. All right. Here we go. I don't really want to do the laser ports. They were looking neat red, but I think that because the aesthetic varies for all of these, we're gonna have to unify them all with the metallic housing. And it kind of makes sense anyways. I feel like this is the type of part that gets replaced enough that you wouldn't be painting it every single time. Alrighty, there's one. Let's get the one on the other side. Try to get this good and cleaned up. Almost there, y'all. Almost done. Well, almost done with the stream. Models, not so much. We'll be working on these again probably like Monday. They're due soon. I may not actually stream another paint session on them, to be honest. It depends on my due date. Had a late start to get in on these. All right, so next we want to do these laser ports. Try to be very careful. I kind of don't want to do the whole front thing silver. So I went silver last time I painted a rifleman. I did this whole assembly silver. Or no, I'm wrong, I misspoke. I also didn't paint any of the guns silver on this one. Interesting. Interesting. Also looking at my big model there, and it has like silver knee joints. I think I may go back in and paint the joints on these mechs black. Just try something a little different this time around. I think doing all these gun ports in silver and then also having silver joints would probably be a little overkill and a little too much visual noise. Okay, I think that's our rifleman done up with all the silver it really needs. We're gonna own that and move forward. Okay, day, y'all. We're doing, we either have an hour's worth of time left or 10 push-ups. So I'm gonna put it in y'all's hands. I'm ready to rock and roll and continue moving, but it's in your hands. Okay, so I really like what's happening here on this arm. So what we're gonna do, we're just gonna paint the very tip of this PPC as silver. I think it'll be a nice, like, understated look. Land frame? Kinda. Alright, so this one's arm has a laser. So we'll do that in silver. Well, I say silver, it's jet exhaust. It's a color I don't use all that much anymore. Okay. This one don't have much for vents. I'm sitting here looking at it. So I think we'll paint this and then we'll do the vents on the back of the gun. So the vents on the back of the gun and these ones on the back of the leg here, I think. So I feel like the missile launcher is flush enough with the body that if I paint it silver, it's gonna look maybe a little out of place. Nah, we can get away with it. Let's just fucking do it. Just be really careful. We have a whole bunch of missiles on this lance that are going to get the same treatment, so might as well try to match the aesthetic.
Yeah.
Would you do a workout?
I do.
All right.
Give me 10.
Okay.
Who did that? That's Mr. Slink. That's it.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Slink. That's 100 for today. I think it's a good metric to end these things on. Like just whatever's the nearest like 50 group when we're deciding on ending things. I'm going to take a moment to thank y'all for stopping through and checking out what's going on today on this Wednesday paint stream. I'm going to continue working on these behind the scenes. I don't know to stream on them again before they're due, to be honest. Maybe this weekend. We might do a Saturday stream finishing these up. Friday's going to be painting on the black metal. Tomorrow I maybe will do an editing stream, but either way we'll have out the Crater Cobras Friday morning right before the stream. So anyhow, I've been Cameron on behalf of Country Fried Minis. I am the country boy in the big city, and this is the Bullshit Corner 2.0. I want to thank y'all for lending me your time and your viewership today. Thank y'all so much for the generous donations. Reminder that y'all all make this possible, so it is well and truly appreciated. I will have some fun content out for y'all soon. And as always, I'd like y'all to remember to be happy while you're painting, and to know that your participation here makes me so very happy while I'm painting. Thank y'all so much for the insights, and I hope you have a fantastic evening. Take it easy now. See you around next time. Bye-bye. Reminder, Dick's in the Dark here in about an hour. Check him out if you like D&D.